Yo, what's up? Let's see if we can create some magic today. So yesterday could even have been the day before actually. We started doing caustics for the water, and let's just get some height here on this water. It's using Voronoi noise right now, which might be one of the reasons it looks a little bit weird. But anyway, and eventually we wanted to fix such that the caustics are only visible at a certain depth. The problem being that we can't really we can't get the water depth in world space. And then we pivoted to trying to create like a terrain data texture, which is something I've been pondering for a while. A terrain data texture in screen space. But we might continue on that pivot later today. I just want to make 100% sure that we can't, with the current terrain data, be able to get the water depth in world space. That was the conclusion I arrived at yesterday. I don't think anything has changed today. Let's just see. So we can get the world position of the point here. Now I don't think we can. Although, one sec. Yeah, because we might have a problem where when we split this up into patches later on, so when all of this becomes 2 times 2 or 4 times 4 or whatever, we might have an issue where... But actually, does that matter? No, it shouldn't. So the terrain and the water actually share UVs. So if we get this point here and we have UV, oh yeah, the problem is that we want to go the other way around. We want to take the ground and find out the water level for that ground pixel. And we might have an issue that... let me draw this real quick and try and explain the issue we might be getting. Mostly to make it make sense to me. Oops. So we might have something like this. Let's see. So we have terrain that goes like this, and that's one patch. And then we have terrain like that goes like this here, which is another patch, visualized by this one here. So then of course we have water here. It may actually go like this. Actually, let's paint that one in a bluish color. and it's actually planes, but I now visualize it like squares. Okay, so we might be having something like this. And then we have the camera. Let's see. What I'm worried about is that if we get a view like this, so what we could do is we could get the position of the water here, and then we can get the position of the ground here, and then we know the water depth, right? We have that in terrain data. The problem is that if we have an object here that isn't represented in terrain data, we won't get this depth, but we would rather get depth to the terrain. But if one do it the other way around instead, so if we had an object here, we get a camera, so we reconstruct the world position of this one, and then we can get the water amount here, and then we know the depth. However, the problem is this right here, because now we're traversing patches with the camera view, which means that when we try to read the texture from this with this UV, we're not gonna get this point. We're actually gonna get this point because we read from our texture, right? And that sucks. So the idea instead is that we render whatever we see in the terrain, we render that terrain data onto a texture which we later use. And it's in screen space, so for every pixel we see, we actually have the data for that pixel. What the water value is, what the height value is, and so on. It would definitely suck if the only purpose of that texture would be to get the water depth. But unfortunately, I think that's what we need to do. But if we, like, the reason I've been thinking about doing it like that for a long time is because I've been thinking about doing the foam here later on. The foam works on a similar, in a similar fashion. We wanna know the, so we're gonna get foam at the edges, and we're gonna get foam when we have wild water, so to speak. And if we want to have foam at edges, we want to have the same thing here. And that is true for objects as well. So if we would have stones here or whatever, that means that the depth here is quite shallow, which means that we want to have foam here as well. And if we would pack it all into a texture in camera, so for the red channel in this case, we would have this value for terrain, red channel, and then for blue channel, for this pixel we would have, yeah, that's true, we would have this one. Unless we pack the data differently. Yeah, so when we do the ground mesh, we actually send in the data here. Although I'm not entirely sure if this is the correct way to do it. But it's pretty clear to me that we don't have access to all the data we need in its current state. So something needs to be done. Something needs to be done about it. It's an interesting problem. It's annoying because if we could go the other way around, like if we could get this point, if we get this point, then we know the water height by reading, but only in relation to the terrain, not other objects. Yeah, this is probably a problem I think we're gonna implement this solution, but this is a problem I'm gonna keep thinking about, because in fact, do we screw up? Maybe it's okay. So what we would like to utilize then is render terrain data texture. So this one right here, render to scene right now only gives a pure black. So let's take a look at this render feature. Render terrain data texture. We instantiate terrain data here. One sec. Ground. Yeah, we would like to give this one a second material here, more specifically render terrain data material. This one doesn't really render anything right now. Render terrain data material. So what do we do here? Pass we return input position OSY. Let's return 1 there as well. Okay, we don't actually get anything here. That's interesting. Render terrain data. Here we have terrain data. It's pure black. Probably want to do this before rendering opaques. Still pure black. Okay, so it doesn't seem that we actually output this one right here. Terrain data texture generation. Okay, let's do this. We do actually render something, right? Let's see. Okay, I don't care about that one. So it looks like we do render the terrain, right? But we render it pure white for some reason. Why is that? Oh, there we go. Good morning, Geralt. Let's see, do we get anything else now? Frame debug enable. Still rendering pure white here. Why is that? Float 4. Oh, I might know. Let's take a look soon. Just want to see. Yeah, so we rendered this one, but I don't think we rendered the terrain data texture, because do we do the correct prepping here? Yeah, we need to configure target and configure clear. That is true. Okay. So it's more like this. We want to do this after. Get temporary RT. Do we care about this one? Maybe we do. So let's add a second material here, render terrain data. Yeah. And then we do enable. Fuck it. Now we're getting something here at least. It's still pure white. And if we do return 0. Okay. Why? What could be the reason for this one outputting white here? Do we want to do cell shade lit? Let's just make this one pass. Yeah, let's do... Okay, that's true. Let's do HLSL include here instead. That's not good. And then we take this pass and we put it here, but I want to do a, so HLSL include, then we do pass, tags, like this. We can add a name soon, and then we want to do and then we move the fragment part down here. I think we could have changed this one to HLSL program instead and achieve the same, but like in the end we don't want this one here, we want it here. In the end I would like to be able to bake this logic into the ground shader, so to speak, have it in the same file. Okay, pink. Vertex shader output 2. Position OS at line 45. Oh yeah, of course. Input dot. Yeah, now we're getting some errors that make sense. This, however, let's pause. Okay, now it's pure black, that's good. Let's return this one. And now we get this. Okay, great. Let's change this to 0. So now we have the height data here in screen space. So I wonder, I think I would like to do I think this might be very useful actually, but let's see. Here I would like to do the final blit. We probably want to do that, so render to screen here, we want to do that at the end of everything. So we're going to do this. render terrain data. We're gonna skip, or we're gonna add one more of these. Render terrain data texture to screen. Yeah, but before I continue, I just need to run AFK real quick. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Let's see. I would like to move the render to screen pass to right at the end. So if we enable it, we would pretty much show. We would pretty much render the terrain data over everything else. Yeah. Render terrain data texture to screen. We don't need shader tag, we don't need settings, we don't need filtering settings. We do need camera color target, however. Although fuck, we need texture unless we could create an additional shader to just read terrain data and output it, but or we could do a private read-only terrain data handle. I wonder how dangerous it would be to make this public. Like this. Maybe. Let's try it. So we do camera color target, this one we need. Fuck, can we do that public as well? And then we do and then I would like to skip on camera setup and configure, and we just do an execute here. Okay, that works, beautiful. And we do render terrain data texture to screen, and then we don't need to do any of these. We don't need to do this one. We just do a single blit. Like this. And then we do, we don't need to do on-camera cleanup either. And then we do private render terrain texture to screen. Like this, but we do this. If settings dot render to screen, oops, we only queue this pass if we want to render it to screen, and I think we can clean everything up a bit. Yeah, I don't think we need settings in here anymore. I don't know. Let's skip it from here for now. Settings. We don't need to do the blit here. And then we have render pass event. Oh yeah, we need render pass event. Down here as well. And so for this one we send in render pass event. For this one we actually send in render pass event dot after rendering post processing. So this pass is done according to this, but render to screen is always done at the end. Okay, let's try this real quick. So let's play. And then we do ground. Let's add render terrain data material. And let's see if we do frame debug. We get the correct one. So what if we do render to screen here? Nothing. Okay, enable. Okay. Still nothing. Okay. Actually, we don't have. We don't have the other one either. Let's see. Oh yeah, one sec. Ground. There we go. Okay, so we only get the first one here now, not the second one. Why is that? Yeah, camera color target. Yeah, this one we might actually do. Let's do it like this. that's more like it. Okay, beautiful. And can we control this during runtime? Hell yeah, we can. Okay, this is a pretty nice debug as well. But when we create this one, we might actually want to try and maybe not. Okay. So now it's a question about getting getting the water data in place as well, and then we can actually utilize that one. Right? I think so. Unfortunately, though, let's see here. So, terrain patch mesh data. It's this one we're gonna have to screw up. Position normal tangent UV. We're gonna have to add an additional one here. We're probably gonna go, let's see, vertex attribute descriptor, vertex attribute dot color. So we can pack the data into the vertex color. And I wonder, it would be pretty straightforward. In fact, I would love, like, if we could rely on this solution only and remove terrain patch per specific textures, that would be amazing. Although we have two different approaches to terraforming, one that is done on the CPU and one that is done on the GPU. After I've been developing this fluid solver system that runs on separate threads, I'm thinking of doing the same for the ground terraforming. So we're gonna move it to the CPU anyway, because that's really only, so like the height, so the terrain terraforming on the GPU, that's like the only part right now I can think about that actually utilizes the underlying terrain data textures, apart from some shaders. But this might actually be better, I think. So then we would probably make very specific ones. So like maybe not. We're gonna do it like this. Public vector 4 color, but we're gonna call it data, like this, and then we do color. Ooh, we can actually pack, or can we? Can we do this? Nah, color. Vertex attribute, we're gonna go with float 32 initially, but I don't know, might switch that later on. And let's put it here now. And data, we don't need to use the red channel as height, because we actually have the red channel here. But it depends, yeah. So we actually get one more channel here, but I don't know. So for terrain, we would probably use, okay, so by default, red channel height, green channel foliage, blue channel water amount. I have a feeling that like the order of data, what data, how much data, what we represent the data with, it's gonna change a lot, because we have quite a few things we want to implement using this. Okay, but let's see this. So what errors do we have currently? So generate, yeah, here we just generate the default one. So let's do color.black. And then down here we recalculate mesh data, set mesh data. For set mesh data here we need to have so for now we're still going to rely on the texture here, so we're going to do vector for data is equal to, and here we do, in fact I think we actually don't need to send it in here either. Data is equal to terrain data don't we have access to that one here? Terrain patch mesh, no we don't, oh fuck. Okay, so let's do this for now. Like this, and now we'll get 2 new. Okay, good. So mesh, recalculate mesh data. So what we're going to do here now is data is equal to, and here we're going to rely on terrain data, get value, get data byte, type, terrain data type height. We're gonna put that one in on X, and then we do ij. Like the underlying terrain data here is gonna go through some changes as well if this turns out to be a great way to do stuff. I'm still a little bit nervous about how we can make this work with when we want to animate the water moving, but maybe it's okay, we'll see. And here I have no idea what we're gonna put. We're just gonna put height here. Nah, let's do water previous then. The good thing is maybe water previous and water will be enough. But this one is also a big question mark. It feels like, so currently this one just decides how much grass we have at a certain position. I would like to either be able to maybe split this one so we store 2 floats in one float, destroying the precision, or having another float available to foliage, because right now this one it pretty much just decides how much grass is at a certain point. In the future I would very much like to be able to decide how much grass, what kind of grass, color variation, and a lot of stuff. So that's going to be we're gonna have to rely on some tricks to make that possible without utilizing too much data. Data space and recalculate terrain, and here we want to do the exact same thing basically. Okay, so now we should send in the data as well. I wonder, is there anything else we need to do? Now we should have the data in color here, I think. Let's try it. So what we want to do now is render terrain data shader. We want to add, we now have a float for color here as well, but we're going to call it data, and it's color. And we want to include it here as well. And I think we actually want to interpolate it between vertex shader and fragment shader. And then we do, okay, for now we can do input data. Now we do input dot data dot x, and let's see if we still have the correct visuals for this. Looks to be I don't know about this. Yes, because let's see here. We do get data here. We get the data as byte, and then we change it to float. So we get a byte of 254, becomes a float value of 254. That's wrong. So what we want to do is, I think we have get data as float. And that might give us the correct result. Okay, that was not it. Why not? We get something here, but it just doesn't seem to be the correct value, does it? What am I missing here? Do we want to do... I just want to try real quick if we would be doing... we want to do it like this. Really thought this would be it. But actually, a little perplexed by the colorization we get here. As opposed to this. Yeah, it definitely looks like we're getting some weird coloring here. So it's way brighter over here, darker over here. We have some vague something is definitely wrong with the data in question. Oops. This is pretty much what we want to see. And if we do zero, zero, okay. Interesting. Interesting. What do we have? Data Y. Okay. Z. Okay. A. What am I missing? if we do have I mistakenly done, let's see here, terrain patch IJ. It should be IJ, I think. Yeah. How about here? PXPY. I think that's correct. Yeah, it is. This one bothers me as well. R Am I working with float when I shouldn't work with float? Yeah, maybe we want to do half or something like that. But I wonder, could that actually be... have honestly no idea why we're seeing this visual result. Yo, what's up, Developer X? I've been watching your videos for a while and was wondering if you plan on releasing this project on Steam. Thank you for watching, appreciate it. Yeah, eventually that is the idea. I love Steam. What especially boggles my mind here is that we explicitly set the red channel to 0, but we get something else. Looking forward to it. Anything I can wish list now, or is it too early? It's a bit too early. I will try and communicate when we're getting close to having a Steam page for it. Yeah, it's definitely something. If we take a look at the shader, it seems like something is wrong with the data here. We don't get... This one is actually not what I anticipate it to be. Float 4. Semantics. Float 4. Fuck. It's pretty much like the communication here fails for some reason. Vertex attribute format. Float 32. Same here. Yeah. Yeah, we use it correctly as well. No worries, in that case I will keep watching the videos and catching streams. Appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Sometimes I will watch a coding stream while I work so it's less lonely. I think a lot of people can relate to that. Yeah, the only reason I see that this doesn't currently work is because the communication here, we don't send down the correct data. And I'm just wondering, like, what data are we sending in then? Text chord works, like everything has worked previously, it doesn't now. This should be enough to state the size, I'm pretty sure. Let's take a look at this one again. This doesn't seem to transfer correctly. That's the only reason I can see. Sequential vector 2. Like we have 3, 3, 4, 2, 4, 3, 3, 4, 2, 4. Color. Is there any specifics I need to know about color here? Okay, good to know. Fuck me, do we actually need to have it in the correct order? Ooh. Is that so? Could that actually be it? Oh well, let's try. So then I guess we want to move this one up here. Let's... It makes sense that what we were seeing was the UV actually. It actually makes sense. Let's try this. Yeah, now we're seeing black because that's what we put here. Okay, interesting. That is something if this is it, that's something I really need to remember. That seems extremely important. Fuck yeah, there we go. And just need to double check. Return float for data X, data Y, data Z. So then if we do, let's disable this one. Actually, this one I thought. And nice indeed. But the question is, oh, did I? Yeah, unfortunately okay, that makes sense. Terrain data material. Let's do this. We're gonna have to I also have to add code so we add the correct material on startup. But as I said, I would like, so the shader that renders to terrain material, I would like that one to be included in this material eventually. But let's see, if we do this, and then we do forward render, and then we enable this one, disable this one. Okay, beautiful. Great debugging tool as well. But let's add some water here then. Let's see if we can visualize the water data as well. And then we render to screen here. This is... we should have data Y here as well. Let's do 0, 0. I know why we don't, actually. So if we comment this one out now, yeah, we get pure black. Okay, so the problem here is when we add water, we don't actually change the mesh data for the ground. And we can easily add that, but it's going to add some overhead in its current state, but that might be okay. That might be okay. Actually, now when I think about it, if we do water like this, if we do water like this, I was thinking that if we do water like this, we don't need to generate a mesh for the water. We can actually just do it on the GPU. We don't need to generate a mesh on the CPU for it. But we still have the problem of normals, tangents, and so on. which of course you also could do on the GPU, but I don't think I want to do that. But yeah, so the problem here right now is that when we add water, we're also gonna have to tell the underlying mesh that's unfortunate. Maybe it's not that big of a deal. One sec, phone call. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Okay, let's see. We had a problem with, we want to transfer the water data to the terrain mesh, which will add some additional calculations, which I would like to avoid it, but I'm uncertain about how I would go about that. Yeah, developer X, it happens. So what it all comes down to is, if we jump to Fluid Solver, Terrain Fluid Solver, and we take a look at here. So then we do recalculate mesh at terrain point, and this one do it on the water mesh only. We would like to do it on the mesh as well. So what we could do, I guess we could do it like this real quick. This is all very experimental and is prone to be optimized later on. But we could do this. Terrain patch mesh data. And we do public static. Can I do it like this? Or do I need to do struct? Wonder if we can do public static vertex attribute descriptor. That's not what we want. Terrain patch mesh data. Change data. This terrain patch mesh data. We're gonna have to do a static class here, but let's see. Patch mesh. Let's do old patch mesh data and vector 4 new data. Not entirely okay with the naming here, but public static class terrain patch mesh data methods. And then we do return new terrain patch mesh data. Old patch mesh data position. Normal. Tangent. New data. And so we just we return a new struct where we have changed the data. Set mesh data. Yeah, pretty much what we would like to do here then, I guess, is public void set data in mesh data. Int index vector4 data. Mesh data index is equal to mesh data index dot change data. And then we can do, so set mesh data here, water mesh. Then we do ground mesh, set mesh data index data. Not set mesh data, but change. Set data in mesh data. I'm not 100% sure about the naming here, but yeah, something like this. Fuck, I hate this, that we have to do it for 2. This one. And also calculate mesh, update meshes. Okay, this might be good enough. I want to try one more thing here. Instead of having an additional material that we have to set to render to our terrain data texture, I would like to do I would like to be able to bake it into terrain grass shader. Is it this one we work with currently? Yeah, it is. So end HLSL. So fuck, I would like to add a sub shader here. But then again, sub shader. I'm a little bit so it's actually everything here we would like to add. Something like this, although redefinition. Or actually, we do it like this. We do it like this here. Pass procedural grass. Yeah, I might want to change that one. Terrain. Where do we have? Oh, yeah, here. We do it like this, fragment. So we add this little bit here. We don't need to restate this. And then we do... Yeah, then we need to send onwards data here, and we also need, this is going to be geometry shader output. And let's see here. We don't have color here, color. So we're gonna have to include it all. We're gonna have to send it onwards in the full pipeline, but that's okay. So we do data, color, float 4, data, color. Okay, so in the vertex shader we just do output color is equal to input.color. Here we do output.color is equal to patch id.color. No. Data. Hull shader patch. Domain shader output. Yeah, this one is the roughest, but it should be okay. Float 4 data is equal to, and then we're gonna have to implement util math. Don't we have barycentric here? Util helper functions. Util. I was pretty sure it was here. Interpolate barycentric. There we go. this, and then finally in the geometry shader we do we need to handle it in both of these. Oh, we actually do O here. That's great. I think we want to do data. I don't think we want to do, we can do data is equal to I think we can do it like this. And now finally in the fragment shader, more specifically in this one, we should have data. But we will see. Or not. And if we return, oops, return 1 here. Ah, there we go. Okay, so we do this pass at least. That's good. But without the data, question mark. So why? Data color, data color, data color. That should be okay. Is it... Did I screw up this one? No, this is data. Okay, let's see if I screwed it up somewhere else. Data, data, data. This one is 0 in this case. Why? Is it actually because we don't get... Let's see here. We set it here. We set it here. Now it should be okay. Derek got a little busy. What you're working on now? Trying to repackage the terrain data in a useful way for our water shader, pretty much, so we can use it with great success. But I'm wondering... I think it will be quite useful eventually. But the problem is, why doesn't our input data transfer accordingly? What am I missing here? Float 4 data, color. Float 4 data, color. Color, color. Output data is equal to input data. Output data. Interpolate barocentric. Let's double check this one real quick. Should be okay. output.data is equal to data. Fuck yeah. Oof. Yeah, we would probably like to interpolate this one right here, I think. Or actually, yeah, we would. But this is quite cool. But let's see if we do this and we do water. Let's add some water here. Bam. And then we render this again, and let's render. Let's render the water. It's actually. Oops. This we want to render. I thought. Okay, this one still doesn't show. Fucking hell, I think eventually we could probably just go with one material for terrain and water. And I wonder if in that case we would probably like to utilize maybe not. Anyway, we're still not getting the water in our terrain data here. Are we getting the grass then? We probably won't. No. Okay. So why are we not getting the water data here? Do this. Update fluid mesh data and flip quad. This is where we do recalculate mesh at terrain point. And then after we do update fluid mesh. And here we do update meshes, which should update both of these. And then we do update mesh. We do update mesh like this. Okay. And then it should be okay. But terrain procedural graph. Oh. Yeah, what the fuck? Am I tired? Yeah, I am. What we want to do, this one draws to the textures. What we want to do here is input.data.y, input.data.z. We can probably put input.data.a here as well. And then we would render it, but actually, maybe I'm not that tired after all. We should be seeing water here. We should be seeing a different color here. Yo, what's up, Diligence? Now we're on a pivot right now. We're doing some terrain texture generation here. It's just a way to properly pack data, which we later on want to use in different shaders, pretty much. So that's what we're doing right now. I'm still... I think this right here should properly update our data. But yeah, it could maybe be the case that terrain fluid solver, yes, fuck, we apply the data first here. That doesn't matter. We swap data channels, water here. Update fluid mesh data and flip quad. Recalculate mesh at terrain point. And then we do ground mesh, set data in mesh data. What the fuck? Change data. Yeah, that is weird. Ah, actually, we got something here. That we want to fix, definitely. So we got some foliage. But at the wrong point. Okay. Yo, Sub-Zero. Still no change. This one got removed now. That's good, I suppose. Project Terraformer. Love the name. Can you add a croc creature that is mixed with the design of an insect, please? Everything is possible in the future. Fuck, why are we not seeing this data here? Makes no sense. So right here we send in new data as UV and fuck me. Project Terraform is looking great. Great as Tiger. Tony the Tiger, was that his name? I appreciate it. Zero, just checked your Twitter, you got some good ass games, man. Thank you, appreciate it. That's sort of one of my life goals, having some good ass games. Eventually. Okay, so that explains this. For now, I'm just gonna do this. And keep the constructor as is. And then let's try this. And hopefully we will get the correct data at the correct times. And then we can move back to the water. Because I think this is pretty much it. Yeah, I think it is. Fuck, I just hope this one actually turns out to be useful for more stuff than just a single whatever we're trying to do right now. Okay, so let's quit this one here and please. Fuck yeah, here we go. Yeah, that's good. What I would like to do here now is I'm pretty sure we want to interpolate this one first of all. I'm wondering why we don't get any interpolation right now. I think that's up to the shader actually, because everything we do in the shader here is we send in data per point here, per vertex, and then when we do the fragment shader we should hopefully, or I was hoping that we were going to interpolate it. I wonder why it doesn't already though. Oops. Why are we not getting color interpolation here? I know. Train procedural grass. It's because of... Or is it? We interpolate here. Project Terraformer Miniman, yeah, it's quite an old game, discontinued for now. Maybe I will revisit the idea in the future, polish it a bit. We're doing data. Never mind. Data. Barycentric coordinate, interpolate barycentric, we do O data. Yes. We don't want to do this here. I don't think we want to do we want to do this one, but here we just want to do output.data is equal to input.data, and here on the other hand we want to do this, or do we? There we go. That's more like it. Okay, this is data I think we can use. I just want to see how it looks if we add grass as well. Yeah, this was what I was afraid of. Fuck. Oof. Oof, 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 oof. But actually... Diligence, that grass is so beautiful. Thank you, appreciate it. I think so as well. This might... Let's see here. This might not be such a bad thing. We're gonna get... Maybe we are able to do... We might actually be able to do some, like, extremely nice foam around foliage as well. That would be sick. That would be insane. But it all comes down to how we want to package... What is this? Do we want to package it like this? Maybe we do. Maybe we do. That would be sick indeed. Fuck, maybe this is how we want to do it. Diligence, damn, I'm gonna need a new PC before I beta test the game. Hopefully you won't. I have quite a lot of optimizations in the pipeline. But fuck, is this could very well be the data we want. This would be insane. Okay, first of all, but now we have the data to properly calculate water depth in world space. That's great. Fuck, like, I know I'm thinking about different stuff right now, but if we were able to calculate the normal of the water in a nice way in the shader, we could actually get rid of the water mesh. I'm not entirely sure about if I like the... I don't know what I think about the caustics on the grass, but anyway, Okay, so now we have this. Now we have terrain data per pixel in screen space done. So now I want to try and use this one in the water shader. So let's jump back to that one, terrain procedural water, and we're gonna add, look at this, the best, like it would be amazing as well if we could get rid of all of these actually, but for now we're just gonna do texture 2D. I don't really remember what we named it, but it was, we can easily find it out by going to this one, terrain data. Okay. So water depth world space, this is wrong. So what we're going to do here is float for terrain data. Do we already have that variable? Yeah, we do. Input.terrain data though. Okay, so that's okay. And then we do sample texture 2D terrain Developer X, I'm going to head out for now. It's been good, and good luck with the shader. Thank you, appreciate it. Have a great rest of the day. Be right back real quick. Okay, back. Just needed a new cup of coffee because this is gonna get messy. Terrain data texture is probably the best name for the texture, but we already have this one, terrain data. Let's call this one terrain data values for now. Terrain data. Terrain. Is that actually the naming I'm going with? There we go. Fatalist Games, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. So we sample terrain data, but here's the thing. The UVs here, we want to use I think we have it. We want to use input.position screen space. Do we actually have this one here? But I wonder if we want to do UV scene center. That is what we want. terrain data values, and here we use UV scene center, and then we do float water depth in world space is equal to saturate terrain data values dot blue for water minus terrain data values red for height, I guess. Okay, and this is the one we send in here. Let's see if we got it. So the idea then is that oh yeah, the idea then is that we're going to base caustics based on water depth, but we don't calculate the water depth in view space, we calculate the water depth in world space. I think it's going to look so good if we have a pre-rendered caustics texture instead of this shit as well. So if we look like this now, we don't get more. We actually do. What the fuck? Yeah, we do. Yo, what's up, Lil Miss Murder? You're 90% of the way to GTA 5. Maybe. This doesn't work at all. Is that because, let's see here, water depth, get scene information, can we jump to it? Get scene information, please. S scene depth. Yes. Water depth. Now we use water depth world space here. What the fuck? Yeah, we're gonna do something about the caustics texture eventually, I hope. I'm just gonna have to learn how to generate a good one. Fuck, we use water depth world space here. But we're not getting... I'm not seeing the result. Calculate caustics value. Water depth world space. Yeah, it's this one we use here. Why? The fuck? But once again, this is the wrong one. Are we using... using caustics. So we get to this one, we send in water depth world space here, which I think should be, let's double check it actually. We can double check this value. Return water depth world space. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're not getting the correct values here. Yes, one sec. That explains its sword, I guess. I'm still wondering why. Terrain data. Texture 2D terrain data here. And run the terrain data texture. We do terrain data here. Outline. Before rendering opaques, render to scene. Okay, we're not getting the data through, so why aren't we? This one is queued at render pass event, so we should be doing it before opaques. Terrain data. Handle. Frame debug. Render this one. Here we have this texture. The fuck am I missing? Do I have a name conflict is what I want to figure out. Probably not. One sec. Honestly, I have no idea why we're not getting this texture through. Whoa. Could it be? Nah, I'm pretty sure it should. Nah, it should be okay. This should make it a terrain data. Should make it globally accessible. The only reason I can see, Hackdog, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. The only reason I can see for us not getting this texture through is that it's being rendered after. But that's not true. We render it here, so we should have it accessible. Hackdog, what are you cooking today? We're doing, or we have been packing our terrain data in a, or is it screen space texture, I would say, so that we have some more data to work with in our water shader. And right now we're just trying to be able to utilize this, or make it possible to utilize this data, but it's hard. How do you pronounce your name? So I just say Rockadoodle if we're talking about my Twitch name. And Diligence, have you thoughts about what kind of animals you can attract? Real animals or fantasy? Yeah, I've been thinking about that quite a lot. So the animals you're going to be able to attract that can move into your garden are actually just going to be fantasy monsters, so to speak. So you won't be able to attract any real life animals. But then I've been thinking a lot about if I should feature real life animals or not at all in this game. Hector, that is catchy as fuck, yeah. I guess. Because this is this is pretty weird, but I've been thinking about, like, how would people react about the fact that you can harvest meat and milk and stuff like that from the monsters, so monsters you actually care about. But then again, like, that's what most people do in real life, and we don't have any problems with it. But I don't know. Lately I've been thinking about going monsters purely, but you have some monsters that are very similar to real life animals, if that makes sense. Because I do want to feature steak. Meat is not good, you can't slaughter in Stardew Valley. Yeah, for that very reason, I assume. But I know, like, it's part of life. Sorta. Harukanan, what's up? How are you doing today? Some people have very strong opinions about meat. Oh yes, they do. I hate that we can't access this one here. Is it because... Let's replay this and see what we have. Now we just have pure gray. What the hell is this? So gray here is that we have a uninitialized render texture pretty much, or we have it with its basic data, I suppose. I've been here since you started streaming, just been lurking while working. Appreciate it. Before rendering opaques, defer lights. After rendering skyboxes, nothing. Before rendering opaques, we know that the texture gets initialized. We just know that we don't get it to our water texture for some reason. Extremely annoying. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Everything looks good to my eyes, so I'm starting to think I just want to make sure maximum amount of textures in HLSL shader Unity. isn't limited. Video memory. Yes, the maximum number of texture samples is 16 in Shader Model 3. You will have to break your shader up into different passes and compose the results together. I don't think we're at 16 samplers just yet. But then again, two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, let's do this. I just want to double check. Okay, good. Good to know. I'm still a little bit nervous that this happens after the water has been rendered, but it shouldn't. Configure clear. And then we execute. Configure target. We do configure target as well. This one, however, I don't think we need it, but I don't think it fixes the problem at hand. Is it something I forget to set here? Init. It's extra annoying because if we take a look at our outlines renderer feature, we do the exact same thing here and it works. It works real good. So what is the difference? But then again, we know that everything here works because we can actually render the texture. It's just a communication to this shader. So it's not available as a global texture in here. Why? Why? I didn't fuck this up when we did. Let's do it like this. I wonder if removing this could have something to do with it, but I don't think so. I don't think so. Ooh, but this looks good. Okay. Okay. Yes, I think we might not want to utilize this one in here. So for now, but one sec. We don't render to screen. Okay. Okay. I don't know. Yeah, you have to be careful with this. Okay, we still don't have it. And if we bring back... yeah, we probably want to bring back this one. Maybe. So then I'm starting to think that we might be able to do this and this and this. Okay, good. Good. Diligence, take a deep breath. Not yet. So what I want to do now is... I want to rename this one later on, but let's return water depth world space, and this one should not change based on camera angle. Beautiful. We should be able to yeah, we don't have the object here because we're using purely the terrain data values. So what we want to do is water depth. We don't want to use R here. We want to use we actually want to use calculate caustics value. Yeah, scene position world space here. We want to do this outside of this one. But then again, now we can do it like this. Would probably like to have this one outside eventually as well, but we'll see. So we can do water depth. What we do is water depth, we're going to rename this one, but right now we do terrain data values.b. And that it's this one. Scene position world space. Something like this. Uh, 661. 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but we should have offset scene information. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 here. What is it on about? Undeclared identifier. This one is probably more important. Yeah, we want to do this instead. Let's see here. Terrain data values. A UV scene center gets distorted as well. So yeah, we probably need scene. Yeah, we want to do. Let's do this. Let's remove this one from here and here. And let's jump up to scene information. And we want to add float terrain data values, scene color, scene depth, float scene. Let's call it this one right now. Scene water value is equal to terrain data values dot blue. And then when we try to calculate caustics here, we send in scene water value. Yeah, scene UV. s.scene water value. Now we have caustics independent of camera angle. That's great, but we want to increase it a bit. We want to tie it with, let's see here. Good indeed. Scene water value, or actually when we calculate caustics here, water depth, world space, we're gonna do caustics multiply saturate. So this one is between yeah, we're gonna have to take this into account later on. This one won't be between 0 and 1, but for now we want to do let's see here. Fuck, I think we want to do inverse lerp something water depth. Water bounce x blur water depth bounce at y. Then we get a value between this one and this one, do we? No, we don't. This is not what I want to do. Or is it? Yeah, it is. And then we want to do a lerp between 0, 1, or is it? Let's see. Lerp 0, 1. And then if we take and change water blur, water depth bounds to 1, 0.5. Still looks like shit, but camera dependent effect looks weird when you know it. You can see things change based on your position. Better to have based on world. Yeah, I agree mostly, but like there exists some effects that where you actually want a camera dependent, right? But for this one we definitely don't. Okay, so this is good, and then we can do Yeah, if we go above 1, this is not exactly how we want to calculate this one, by the way, but we can change it soon. Yeah, reading a caustics texture, like having it pre-rendered as well, is going to do wonders performance-wise, I think. So instead of generating an extreme amount of noise, we just read a texture twice, pretty much. But okay, that's good. But I still think that the way we got here was a bit too messy, honestly. And if we do chromatic aberration now, it doesn't work because we haven't implemented it for that. But let's see. So we're gonna clean it up a bit. We're gonna do it like this. Let's see. First of all, we're going to remove caustics blend types. We're just going to do alpha blend, it's the best one. When we do get scene information here, we can clean up a lot of things here. I'm almost entirely sure this is data we want to have here eventually. It's gonna help us with a lot of effects. A lot of effects. But let's see here. I'm gonna put some stuff in our scene information here. Scene water value, we're gonna skip that one. We're gonna scene depth VS. Float for terrain data, right? And I would just call this one terrain data. Or did I don't think we have something like this. We removed this one. Yeah, we changed this one to S dot because we're going to use it a lot. Yeah, let's clean this up as well. Blend this one. Scene color. Calculate caustics value. Here we just want to send in terrain data dot B. caustics multiplier. How do I actually want to do this one? In fact, we're gonna introduce, let's see here, caustics alpha screen light, and we can remove this one. And then we do caustics depth threshold. Caustics depth threshold. And it's this one we want to use here. We can do it without a lerp. But we still need a inverse lerp here. So pretty much we take our depth value here, and then we inverse lerp between this one. Do we need to do a saturate here? Okay, something like this, I think. And then we can select, so caustics depth threshold. Did I add a space there by mistake? No, we didn't. Okay. But then we can control it by this one. So if this one is a 0 as well, we get caustics everywhere. If we put this one at 0.2, we get this. And if we can improve. One sec. That is probably what we want. And then if we add it works for that one as well. The question is, it works for this one as well. Nice. Okay, great. Had to do some reordering in the code base. Definitely we needed to add a render feature as well, but it might hopefully mean that in the end we can remove these. So what kind of result do we have if we do foliage? I think it works for this one as well. Yeah, we can see here that the caustics here are hidden to us because we have grass in front of it. I think. Can use some improvements there. We don't have a lot of caustics here because we don't have very deep water. I wonder how we want to handle that. But I want to try one thing. I want to do... Caustics multiplier here. I actually want to output this one, so what can we do? So let's try and do... Let's do this. Return s dot terrain data dot b and s dot... Fuck, we don't calculate this one here. We might want to do that actually. Scene position. Oh. Isn't this what we want to do? But world position, oh, that's true. I still think it's this we want to do. Or do we do something else? Scene position, UV scene depth. Saturate it. But still... Yeah, we get it per grass blade as well. This is fucking beautiful. That's insane. Oh. Okay, I love this. Or actually, do we? Yeah, we do. Okay, this is great. And this is hopefully what we can use eventually to make some foam as well. But we're gonna have to blur this one. We're gonna have to go MIP map on this one, I think. Because I want to get foam here as well. Yeah, I think we can handle each individual grass blade actually, so that's good. Yeah, we want to MIP map this. But then again, oh fuck me. If we MIP map it, yeah, maybe. I think that will help us. Okay. Okay, scene information now. Now we need to fix it for chromatic aberration as well. It's fixed here, so we want to add terrain data here. So in gets, let's see, where did I put it? I think we only need one of these. Yeah. So we're gonna do and we're also always gonna take the last one here. And we're gonna have to double check this one. I don't think we need this one anymore. But what we want to do is calculate caustics value. We want to send in scene depth and then water depth, although I want to rename it. But let's put s.terraindata.b here. I want to put it here, here, and here. Water depth. And water depth. A better name would probably be water height. Yes. Okay, so it should be handled here as well, but I want to check. Let's see. When we do to try and refract here though, UV outline, UV effracted. For the last one here we always want to do, now here we're okay, but when we do scene color, UV refracted, UV scene, we're gonna do it like this. So let's see if we get any errors. Yeah, we do. Oh, yeah. Okay, nice. Now we have it for chromatic aberration as well. Physical is probably the best one, I would say. Yeah, chromatic aberration is also going to be much more visible on the caustics when we go the texture route. Okay. Great. Yeah, we can probably clean this up a bit. We can clean up the other stuff as well. The one we have changed regarding terrain data today. Another productive day indeed, Diligence. Indeed. I just wonder, like, before we mark caustics as done, I probably want to get a proper texture in place. So I wonder if we're gonna try and generate one tomorrow, or if I'm gonna mark caustics as done for now and move on. It would be very nice to try it with, with a proper texture, because this looks like shit. This looks more like fog than anything else. We need it to be sharper. Yeah, I might give it a go tomorrow, and then like if we get a proper texture in place, it shouldn't be that hard to just switch the current Caustic's code to be utilizing a texture instead. And when we have that in place, then we're finally done with below water surface, and we can move to water surface. Interesting. Lighting calculations, vertex displacement. I'm starting to wonder as well if I want to add, tessellation and geometry shader to the water shader, so we can increase the resolution of it when we're close to it, but that's for higher graphic settings, definitely. One last thing concerning this. Could we have a pointer to data here? I think that would be very nice. Or actually here. That would be pretty damn sick, but I'm not sure. Maybe, because then we don't need. Then we only need to change this at one place. That's for future me to worry about. I gotta run now, but yeah, Diligence, you summarized it quite well. Another productive day. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Appreciate it, and have a great rest of the day. Peace.